Hello, beautiful people. How are all of you doing today? How do you do? How have you been? How do you make it sound the same always? Do you struggle to say a sentence? Huh? What, huh? I don't think it's difficult. It's pre-recorded. I mean, that's a possibility, I suppose. Hi, chat. Good morning. It's a soundboard. True. It's true. I was the sound. Look EP. I'm actually not EP. I'd say I had some pretty restful sleep, and I had enough of it. I've had enough of this. No more sleeping. Nice hair. Yeah, my hair's a little bed hairy, but it is what it is. Happens. Alright, chat. I guess we want more Mora over these. Nah, I definitely want these over Mora right now. Because I do need a lot of Mora, but I still have a bunch of Mora available on the map. You know? You know what, though? I don't like this spot for ley lines, so I'll go do Mora ley lines anyways. Fuck it. Alright.
Into the shadows. Watch this.
Alright, I'm sorry, Tuz. Tatonka Tuz. What the fuck, Pyro Traveler? I know, right? I know, right? Insane, isn't it? In it?
Stronger. You asked for it. Final. Ready.
Blazing Prism Shell. Wow. Bro, why are these ley lines so close to one another? What the hell? Spotify overlay? That? Why Traveler? There isn't a particular reason. I just felt like it.
Loaded.
No, we finally got our C6 for Traveler, so we might as well use it.
Where evil lurks, shoot on sight.
Alright. Rest of our resin is gonna be spent on the domain, I guess. Now this is a Cloven team and not a Maweka team, true. That it is. Right you are. Wage business. Sorry, chat. Let's play something else, though. What's something we haven't played in a while? Or red. Lenny. I'm down. Let's play Lenny. What should we do as the last slot? Lolly?
Yeah, let's get this over with.
Let's make sure he's on the right weapon. Not on the right weapon. I'm glad I checked. And he's not on the right set either. My goodness. Right, because I yoinked some pieces. Right. Is that the right build? More or less, right? Yeah. Is she on the right weapon? I believe she is, yeah. Alright. Is he playing Lenny? Yes, sir.
Teamwork is show no mercy. Suffer the. Now disappear.
Okay. Lenny? You better earn your keep. That's not a good start. Let's let him out. Let's meow it up. Nah.
Let's light it up. Everybody, fulfill our pact. You two. And voila.
My day was bad until I saw your beautiful face. you paid cheddar. You will find your payment in your bank account within the next 3 business days.
Get to work. Suffer the wrath.
A round of applause. Now disappear. Adventure time.
I forgot to preform for skirt? Well, that's not good. Oh. Please be crit damage. No.
I'm going in. Fulfill our pact. See, Laline, eat.
Step right up. Adventure time.
And
Everybody stand. Show no mercy. Suffer the.
And
Mr. Zajef, please tell me why my Lenny does negative damage. That's just how Lenny be, honestly. My Lenny is top 1%, so he's good at pretending he does damage.
Bring it. I'm going in. Fulfill our pact. See, Laline, eat.
I don't want to talk about it.
step right.
I just want to get reviewed. It's already selected. Plus 7. Well, nothing good today. Zigur's passive basically calculated as no, it's not damage percent. It's just an outright multiplier, like Nevilette's passive, like Singto's C4, etc. Love rockets. Balls.
Add Astra. Thank you for complete. Add Astra.
We're not recording the dust video. We might record that before we do the account review. Didn't you record one? I did, but I wasn't satisfied with it, so we're gonna re-record it. Did you buy your teapot? What do you mean, buy your teapot? Like, did I buy the things in the teapot? I think so. Skirk-C1 or Shenhe? Not even close, Skirk-C1.
This realm is true.
Oh, I didn't get the transient yet. Yeah, I'll keep my currency. I don't have that much.
If you ever have.
Like, the only moment when pulling for Shenhe is not, like, a pretty bad use of your Primogems is if you're an Ayaka main. And either you don't want to get, like, Farina cons or some shit, or you already have them.
Oh, ow! Where did that come from?
Okay, chat. Let's... Swiss 1809... Reduced is not a polite way of saying someone lost weight. I think that's actively worse than saying you look like you've lost weight. But yeah, I have been losing weight, yeah. Although my weight loss has slowed down a lot in the past couple months, but I'm getting back like on it. All right, chat. Let's do a clear. A chill, nice, fun, comfy clear. Play Shao. You know what? Bet. Let's play Shao. I'm gonna give him this because my build doesn't have enough ER. Could be good. This will go well, right? We'll be fine. Play Kinich with BMC on the second side. We could do that. Sure. Sounds like a plan. Okay. Bennett. Emily. Pyro MC. Alright.
Dare to mess with me? Have fun. Let my name echo in song.
Seize the skies. Foreign, disappear.
You.
We meet at last. Worthless.
Too late for regrets. Here, shower me with praise. Time to shine.
Make way for the useless, evil, conquering, worthless. Here. Here.
Have fun with this gift. Let my name echo in song.
Stray clouds converge. Foreign, useless.
My E missed. My first one.
Here. Worthless.
Do these guys have animal resistance, or does this character just suck?
Here. Worthless.
We'll see about that. Strike a pose. Let the
They
world
do, okay.
Seize the skies. Disappear. Worthless.
Well, that was not good, but Kanish should carry this.
extract. Let's light it up. Everybody
Target acquired. Shadow of the past, mind to command.
submit to Russian world. Going in.
Locked on.
Neutralize.
I did not check the weapon on her. Okay, we're fine.
Everybody stand back.
What's Kanish Helen priority? Skill. That's it. Skill. Someone on YouTube argued with me that Kanish gets 5 to 6 cannons easily every rotation. That's a good one.
Too late for regrets. Shower me with praise. Time to shine.
Stray clouds converge. Lament. Worthless. Here. Worthless. Here. Accept. Disappear. Worthless. Here. Here. Worthless.
Can I phase him?
Dare to mess with me.
He's phased here, right? More or less. Now, surely I won't need to
We'll see about
do 2 rotations here, right? Surely I can.
Stray clouds converge. Foreign evil.
Yeah, actually, you know what? This is not.
Worthless. Worthless. Here.
This is not gonna. Well, no, we're fine. Okay. Should be fine now.
extract. I'm going in.
I got him cornered.
This'll brighten up the place. Everybody stand.
This is so fast with Kenichia. Yes, sir.
Too late for regrets. Yoo-hoo.
Okay, this is gonna be cooked, by the way.
Seize the skies. Lament. Worthless. Here.
Truth repeats it. Shower me with praise. Let my name.
Make way for the. Disappear.
Okay, we're fine. Just barely, but we're fine.
Here. Worthless. Here.
Have fun with this gift.
Evil conquering. Worthless.
Come on. There we go.
Reconstitute. Let's light it up. I'm going in.
Target acquired.
Yee, that was bad.
For the Lord of the Night.
The dead would rushing plural. Teamwork is true.
I got him cornered.
Alright. Alright, alright. Are you always using signature weapons on your DPSs? Well, what do you think? Alright, chat. I think it's time to reattempt a video about the new dust. So everyone say hi to YouTube. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome. No, sorry. That's the Twitch intro. Sorry, we try again. Hello, beautiful people. Hi. Today. Wait. No, it's not the. I'm an idiot, dude. I'm. Hello, beautiful people. And welcome to a video on the new Dust of Enlightenment. Boy, are we happy. It is time to get enlightened. I gotta look up something real quick. Oh, never mind. Damn. Okay, alright, so. In the latest live stream, Hoyo revealed, well, a lot of things, but among other things, they revealed that the rewards that are going to be given on the new endgame mode is going to be a new item, a new sort of like currency type thing called Dust of Enlightenment, which is going to function as an artifact reroll system. Now, before we get into any of the actual mechanics of the thing, I want to quickly mention, I've talked about the possibility of artifact rerolling in the past, and I've said that it didn't matter that much. And I still stand by that. It doesn't really matter whether it's a thing or not.
This is no time for distraction.
If they introduce more systems that allow you to get better artifacts, all that means is that they're going to decide to make enemies stronger accordingly. If you're going to be stronger because of your artifacts, they're going to give enemies more HP so that it doesn't really change anything. So, in terms of just how much this does, it doesn't really matter that much. That being said, when it comes to building a character, there's an element that isn't just how quickly you can kill your content, and that's more like the satisfaction of having a well-built character. And that I
wonder what my dear sister Lynette is.
that internal motivation, I suppose,
I'm sure.
is something that the Dust of Enlightenment is going to help fulfill. So basically, in terms of like making your account stronger, the Dust of Enlightenment is pretty much worthless. Like, the introduction of the system means that they're just gonna make enemies a little bit tankier accordingly. But in terms of the satisfaction of building your characters, it's a nice thing. It's a cool thing. Very pog. So, what the heck is a Dust of Enlightenment? The Dust of Enlightenment allows you to select an artifact that you have and reroll its stats. The way that it's gonna reroll the stats is it's gonna take all of the rolls that you have here, right? This 1, 1, and 3 on this artifact, for example. It's gonna remove them, and then it's gonna redistribute them from +0. If you had 5, you're gonna keep 5. they haven't actually revealed how it works if you target an artifact that only has 4, right? Artifacts at +0, 5-star artifacts, can have either 3 stats or 4 stats, right? The ones that have 3 stats at level 4 get a 4th stat and then level up stats 4 times. The ones that have 4 stats level up stats 5 times instead. I'm, for now, assuming that if you target an artifact, like this one, that had 3 rolls, or that had 3 lines at +0, that has a total of 4 upgrades to their rolls, it will stay at 4. And so it will basically attempt to reroll the artifact from level 4, not from level 0. So this last stat is going to stay the same and is going to redistribute. That being said, in the like supporting footage that they had when they revealed this system, they only did it with 1 artifact, and it was an artifact that was a 4-liner that had 5 rolls to redistribute. So we don't have confirmation on how it works with 3-liners yet. But I think that's the most reasonable and most likely way that it's going to go. It's also possible that this instead of rerolling from +4, it just rerolls from +0, and this stat might change. And it's also possible that it rerolls from +0, but you keep this, so this turns a 3-liner into a 4-liner. I think both of those are much less likely than just rerolling for redistributing the 4 rolls, but it's a possibility. For the sake of this video, I'll be assuming that you're just redistributing the 4. But just know that if that's not how it ends up working out, the stuff that I talk about for the 3-liners that only get 4 redistributed rolls, well, they might be different. Just keep that in mind. So, important thing about the reroller is that the reroller has a pseudo pity mechanic, like the elixir does. Now, a lot of people, I think, are under the impression that the elixir, like, selectable stats are a lot better than they are. Right? When you use the elixirs to craft an artifact, right? Let's go to the menu for it very quickly. Where the heck is it? There it is. Right? If I select an artifact, I try to craft it. Let's, I don't know, pyro, no, it's EM sands, whatever, cool. I want crit rate, crit damage, whatever. This is guaranteed to be an EM sands with crit rate and crit damage. On top of that, it's guaranteed that at least 2 of the upgrades, at least 2 of the rolls when you level the artifact will go into either of these. So you're guaranteed to have an artifact with a lower limit of 4 crit rolls, right? Because the 2 starting rolls here and then another 2. That being said, that doesn't actually increase the odds of you getting 5 crit rolls, or 6 or 7. At a baseline, if it wasn't for those guaranteed upgrades, you could get, well, you're guaranteed to start with 2. So you could get 2. And then, if you're a 3-liner, up to 6. If you're a 4-liner, up to 7. Total rolls into crit. What the guarantee system does is not guarantee 2 specific rolls and then go random for the next 3. It's make it so that the end result cannot be 2 or 3. It's guaranteed to be 4 or higher. But it doesn't do that by changing the odds for anything. It just does that by making it so that if it's looking like you're gonna get something that didn't roll into crit a single time, or that only rolled once, it'll guarantee. So it functions more as a pity system than as a like base odds improvement thing. In other words, while the guaranteed rolls are good and they're useful, if your artifact already has a few crit rolls, what would be a great example of a piece to make this point? I guess this one, actually. This piece has a total of, right, it's a 9 roller. It started with 4 lines. It rolled 5. It rolled into crit rate twice and into attack percent 3 times. If I used the artifact reroller on this, in most situations, I would downgrade the artifact. Because the odds that it gets more than 2 of these rolls redistributed into crit aren't actually that high. They're not low by any means, but they're not amazing either. Let me open, I made a sheet for this thing a while ago. Yeah. Yeah. So the odds that it gets more than 2 are about 50%. But it can also roll into flat defense, and if it rolls into flat defense, that's obviously a lot worse than attack percent. Depending on who this is for, one roll into defense percent could guarantee this artifact to be worse, even if every single other roll is into crit. For example, on characters that want magical save but don't use a lot of external attack buffs, like Ayaka, like Skirk. I say Ayaka when you're playing with Farida. I know a lot of people don't play magical save on Ayaka, but it's a viable set at least. And then on Skirk, it's a good set. But yeah, on Skirk, like this is like the odds to get an upgrade if I target this piece are incredibly low. Because an attack roll is almost as good as a crit roll to begin with. So the only way that this is an upgrade is if, 1, I manage to dodge defense every single time, and 2, out of all of those dodge defense rolls, I need to have more than half of them into crit. But like I said earlier, that the guarantee isn't going to help me. Because the guarantee is kind of like a pity system, and this pity system is... I already have the result guaranteed by the pity system. I already have the 2 rolls into crit that the pity system guarantees me. So, it's not going to help me to get an upgrade. Does that mean I should never target this artifact? Not necessarily, right? Obviously, there's a lot of factors that go into this. One, if I use this on Linny, for example, instead of Skirk, Linny uses Bennett, so attack percent is less valuable. Even if I do use it on Skirk, the fact that the rolls are into crit rate instead of crit damage might lead me to overcap crit if I'm using a weapon that gives me crit rate, like Calamity of Eshu, or if I ended up getting her signature. So, how should you use these artifact reroll, these Dusts of Enlightenment? Well, The last important thing before we can answer that question is the what's it called? I forgot what the name is. Do they have a post, an official post with the exegesis?
Exegesis.
Exegesis. Okay, dude. Is the hallowed exegesis. The hallowed exegesis is a system that makes it so that if you repeatedly reroll the same artifact, your guaranteed rolls improve. What does that mean? Well, honestly, we don't know exactly yet, because they also didn't actually show what you get. But we can guess. We can pretty safely get a decent idea for what it does. So, once you've rerolled an artifact 6 times, you can see here that the user interface for this reshape, 0 out of 6 to 1 out of 6, and it seems like this thing is filling up to about 1/6 of it. And so, we can assume that once you have 6, it upgrades. And the way that it upgrades, right? It's the upgrades are explained in this menu. Once you reach a certain amount of progress, a higher level of artifact reshaping shall become available. And in this menu, Genshin is doing the thing they usually do of having a different color font for for the things that are important. You know what else has different colored fonts for things that are important? Weapons. And when you refine weapons, the number that changes is the number that's on a different colored font. And so, most likely, the improved artifact reshaping from hallowed exegesis is going to make it so that this is the number that changes. And this 2 is the guaranteed rolls, right? Those 2 guaranteed crit rolls that we've mentioned earlier. And so, we can deduce that once you've rerolled an artifact 6 times, your next reshaping, instead of guaranteeing 2 of the selected rolls, generally crit, is going to be 3. We can also see that it doesn't stop there, right? This looks like it's going to fill up with 6, but then there's another one, and another one. So, there's a very real possibility that this number goes up and up and up to the point where you're guaranteed that all of your rolls go into the same base. Now, unfortunately, we're gonna need more information to be 100% certain about this. The main worry I have is that if this is indeed the number that goes up and it goes up every time, it would mean that once this fills up, it goes to 3, once this fills up, it goes to 4, and once this fills up, it goes to 5. But if it goes to 5 and you have 5 rolls guaranteed into your selected rolls, how the hell does it work on artifacts that don't have that many rolls to distribute? How's it gonna go with things like this that only have 4 rolls? How are you gonna guarantee 5 rolls when you only have 4? Doesn't it go 2, 3, 4? We have nothing filled, we get 2. Once we fill this, it would be 3. Once we fill this, it would be 4. But what's the point of this thing then? So there's a few different options here. 1, maybe you don't get +1 guaranteed roll on each upgrade, only on some of them. 2, maybe this turns 3-liners into 4-liners. Turns your 8-rollers into 9-rollers. Right? 3, this does not increase the number of rolls, but it guarantees max rolls instead of being a random thing. 4, this doesn't actually improve anything, but it marks a limit. And once you fill this up, you can't reshape anymore. There's a few options here, and until we get actual, like, information on how this works, we'll have to guess. And unfortunately, the way that that works is going to matter a lot. So, by default, you can get up to 3 Dusts of Enlightenment per patch. From what we understand, you can get 2 from the new endgame mode. Difficulty 4 gives you 1. Difficulty 5 gives you 1. 4 comparison. Difficulty 4, from what I've seen, seems to be about between Abyss 11 and 12 in difficulty. So if you're able to do Abyss 12, you should be completely fine. As long as you have 3 teams. Difficulty 5 seems to be more difficult than Abyss 12. And then you supposedly get another one. I'm not sure exactly from what. And on top of that, you can get... Oh, right, you get a third one from using 1200 resin on the new mode, right? The new mode allows you to spend your resin as if you were in an artifact domain. And you can choose which artifacts. Like, which artifact domain. But every 120 resin that you spend there, you get 1 additional artifact. And once you get 1200 resin, you will get 1 Dust of Enlightenment as a reward. And then on top of that, what did I want to say? What was I saying? My brain fucking died. What was I in the middle of saying? Right. On top of that, you can get some from Battle Pass if you buy it. But, and also, supposedly, they send you some in the mail. To celebrate the release of the system. So, but by default, free-to-play 3 per patch is generally what you're gonna get. Which means it's gonna take a while to fill up that thing, right? But that also means that you're gonna want to make sure that you target something that either is incredibly likely to be upgraded from 1 or 2 attempts, or benefits a lot from getting guaranteed rolls. And so if that filled out thing is indeed guarantees 5 rolls, and it turns 3-liners into 4-liners because it guarantees 5 rolls on something that only has 4 rolls to distribute, then you'd really want to target 3-liners. But if not, if it is like that, it guarantees 5 rolls, but on 4-liners it just guarantees 4 rolls and sucks to be you, then you would not want to use it on a 3-liner at all. As a general rule, the best targets for the for the dust, for the artifact reshaping, are going to be artifacts that looked good at +0 and rolled like shit. Unfortunately, many people, when they see an artifact that looks like shit, throw it away. And so there have been a lot of great reroll targets that have been used as artifact experience before the reveal of this system. And boy, I'm sure there's a few people that are beating themselves up a little. Anyways. Another example of a good target is something that has only good rolls, or only good, like, stats, but rolled into the ones you want a little less. So, for example, you could think about something like this, right? This artifact, it was a 4-roller. It rolled only into crit rate and attack, but on some characters like the ER, so if I were to target this, if I get upgrades on crit, might turn out to be a pretty usable piece, even if it rolls into ER. I think I have a few flowers as well, especially my ER and... like, that one's not that good of a target, actually. Something like this, right? If I don't use this as an off-piece for Kazuha, which is generally what this has been relegated to. But if I didn't end up getting Whimsy from Arlecchino and I was still on Glad, I probably would target this piece. Because as long as you manage to dodge ER, even if we roll into EM, it's a good roll. Right? So all we need to do is dodge the ER. The odds that we dodge ER 5 times are about 23%. So on average, it'll take me 4 to 5 rerolls for this to be something that has its 5 upgrades into the stats I want. You could also target an artifact like this that only has useful stats. But the problem with targeting an artifact like this is that, like I said, this doesn't increase the odds of getting 3, 4, or 5 of your rolls into crit. So the odds of this to be an upgrade aren't that low, because you just need to end up getting 3 crit rolls, at least on characters that care about the EM. Right? So it's about 50-50 to be an upgrade. But the odds of it becoming really, really good, the odds of this only rolling crit are incredibly low. That being said, this could be a piece I decide to commit to for the long term. I could decide, okay, now that we know how the leveled up reshaping work, say it works that it guarantees 5 crit rolls. Well, I want the perfect goblet, so I am going to spend 18 dusts, spend the next 6 patches getting my 3 dusts per patch, and using all of them on this piece, so that I can guarantee myself something that ends up with 5 additional rolls into crit for a total of 7 crit rolls, an EM roll, an attack roll, a 9 roller with 50 CV. Insane. Amazing. There is one other thing I haven't mentioned yet. When they showed the artifact reshaping system, they targeted a feather, and it cost 1 dust. Now, because you don't have to change the main stat, I think it's very possible that that's not only for feathers and that it costs 1 for each type of artifact. But it's also possible that it works like the elixir, where the cost changes based on the type of the piece, and it costs 2 for a sands, 4 for a goblet. If it is, honestly, this game fucking sucks and I hate it. We're gonna pray. We're gonna cross our fingers and pray, okay? Join your hands together. Pray to God. Pray to, like, just pray. It doesn't matter who you pray to, actually. Just pray. Yeah, we prayed to the exegesis. True. We prayed to exegesis. But yeah. All of that being said, if you don't know yet where to use your artifact rerolls, a good strategy is to save them up and until you get a good crafted piece, right? The elixir allows you to craft 1 goblet a patch, generally, more or less. And a useful thing you could do is decide, okay, I am going to wait until I get a goblet that has 4 liners. Right? Let's say I craft my Verissa goblets, right? I'm gonna wait until I get a Verissa goblet that has crit rate, crit damage, attack percent, ER. And however long that takes me. And once I do, I will use all of the dusts I have saved up to guarantee it to be only rolls into crit. I would personally recommend holding off on using your Dust of Enlightenment until we know more about the system. I wanted to make a video about it because I'm pretty excited for it, but I would highly recommend waiting until we know more before you actually decide to commit your dust to any artifact, because of how important the leveled up reshaping might end up being. In any case, we are going to end up having so many more flex pieces thanks to this system. Oh boy. And, yeah, I hope you enjoyed. Hope you learned a thing or two. And I will see you guys in the next one. Bye, YouTube.
This is no time for distractions. Seriously, you have
Okay.
a great
Yeah, I
reputation
can tell
standing
the
up here.
editors.
You don't want to miss the best part,
Recorded dust video. Alright, chat. Did little bro make a video to flex his pieces? Yup. Yo, that's what I did. Akasha maxing is gonna be even harder now, true. Or easier, I guess. Your builds will be better, but everyone's builds will be better. I discovered something interesting about the Crawl Boss. What did you discover? Self-account review video. I mean, we might do an updated self-account review soon. Hit lag extends the time it's in the weak/sweeper phase up to like 7 seconds. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. That's a neat little thing. Alright, chat. One duel in the mist before the account review.
So long as the audience thinks that.
Bad start, my god. We're restarting. That was an awful start. Sorry. Dude, what is wrong with me? It's actually so much worse. What the fuck? There we go. That's much better. I will say though, I made a mistake, but it didn't register as a mistake, so I'll take that. Okay, that was fucked. My god. I feel like I've regressed my progress on like getting better at this by 2 months. I'm making mistakes I haven't made in so long. This is probably 99.5. That was bad, man. 9.3. God, that was terrible. Jesus Christ, that was dog shit. What an awful performance. Ew. We have to do another one. Like, it was too bad not to do another one. That was an S, not a D. Bro, my brain is like not there, man. Holy fuck. Jesus Christ. There we go. Fuck. All right, DJ, are you trying to get bad? That wasn't bad. That wasn't bad. Like the end of this one is really difficult. All right, we finish on a fun song, something that's pleasant to listen to. Is this pleasant to listen to? I forgot. No. Which one is the... Horizon is great. Yeah, maybe we can do one I've already canoed. Horizon, what? Okay, people are saying Navia. Okay, sure, we can do Navia. We already got it good. That's bad. Okay, we start over. That's fine. Okay, after this one, we're starting the account review. So I definitely fucked up in the middle, but I don't know if it actually registered my fuck up. Because I played a note I wasn't supposed to play, but sometimes when you play a note you're not supposed to play, it doesn't register it as a fuck up. Yeah, it didn't register it as a fuck up. Damn. That's a pretty fun one to play. I forgot how fun it was to play. Alright, chat! It's time! I will tell the account reviewee. Starting now. Oh. I haven't enabled streamer mode. Oopsie. Why is it that streamer mode stopped being enabled by default? I don't get it. It used to turn itself on whenever I opened OBS, but it doesn't do that anymore. Oh well. Hey, what's your name in chat, by the way?
Can't stand losing.
This is vile. This is vile. This Veresa died before I could move. Bro had a 1 HP Veresa right next to a boss that attacks you before you get to move. That's vile. That's vile. Who is it in chat? It's the first time ear. Alright, so. So, from what I understand, this is a pretty good account already. And they say they're a completionist, so there's a lot of stuff already built. There's also a lot of stuff that's not already built. Okay. Alright. Let's see what we have. For signature weapons, we have R5. Okay, yeah, that's okay. That's, oh, alright. Right. 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 Okay, okay. I see. I see. Sure. Okay, I see. Mm-hmm. Okay. Please move cam. Okay. But now you guys aren't going to be able to see C1 if there is C1, but whatever. yeah, so we are poor. I feel like this menu is so empty. What the hell? I'm permanently out of resources, I see. Okay. I see you haven't gotten your elixir this cycle. Okay. We can judge. No. 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 Fine. I tried it once on controller and cried. Okay, that's fair, actually. Hmm. Okay, so I guess we can take a look at the builds. Codex 190 CV. It's not bad. That's amazing. My god. That's insane. That's actually kind of underwhelming for a feather. Why is your Navia on Codex? Is this a piece that's used as an off piece for Navia? Akasha maxing? Okay. Alright, this is awful. I see. Interesting. So, this is also pretty bad. You have insane pieces on Flower, Feather, and Circlet. But you guys can't see the main stats. Ugh. Okay. Insane pieces on Flower, Feather, and Circlet, but garbage on Sands and Goblet. The problem is that we can't even get much of an upgrade because crit rate is not even a good stat. Because you're going to be overcapped way too easily. That is certainly a conundrum. Ooh. Alright. But yeah, so they also sent us a few things that we can read through. Few bullet points. So let's read through these. I'm a completionist whose ultimate goal is to build everyone fully leveled. I'm also procrastinating, especially on fishing. Understandable. Originally wanted to build everyone with max talents and max personal weapon and good personal artifacts, but I did resin calcs and it would be years before I even made real progress with max resin refreshes. Yeah, that's definitely not gonna happen. What I would recommend is if you are a completionist, set yourself a specific benchmark where you consider a character built, even if they're not like fully maxed. In my opinion, one that would be achievable but still somewhat difficult is character level 90, talents all level 8, and you can give them each a weapon if you don't want to have to swap weapons around. But I would not do everyone gets an individual set. So basically, talents 8 instead of 9 or 10, and artifacts not share, or artifacts not like everyone gets their own personal artifacts. I think if you're willing to concede on those two things, it becomes a realistic goal. You have to do 9. That's a lot. Like, getting a talent to level 9 from 8. Do we have anyone on 8 right now? Maybe. Is 450k Mora. That's like a little bit under 1.5 mil per talent. Or sorry, per character. How many characters do they have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. No, 15. So that's what, 75 characters? That's like 100 mil Mora. Just to get talents 8 to 9. On everyone. That's without counting all the talent books it's gonna take. If that was all you needed, then it would be somewhat achievable. But it's not all they need. They need to get the character's talents to level 8 first. Arnold did it. Does Arnold have his talents at level 9 on everyone? I thought he did 8. I kind of gave up on 9, 10 everyone, and I'm 8, 8, 8 most, yeah. That makes sense. Okay. Anyways, let's keep reading through these things. Instant Navia main on day 1. Okay, business. Started building characters for theater before I actually had good artifacts or finished talents, and that's kind of continuing to this day, so only a few of my characters actually have good artifacts, and most of them are on code 2-piece, or 4-piece, okay? I started doing resident refreshes about a month in, just 50 a day, and then progressed. Okay, cool. Now they do... Okay, I've been doing max resident refreshes since late November. It's very expensive, and I kind of regret it. Yeah, it do be like that. I think I'm going to cut back down to 3 refreshes a day instead of max. I've also been buying the shop bundles for months. They're extremely resin inefficient. Even with the range of max resin refreshes, I don't advise it true in real. Arlecchino is the most fun unit to play in the entire game for me, and it's not even close. Her Bond of Life, especially with Sig, is very fun to manage and min-max. Okay. Characters I'm most glad I pulled: Navia, Arlecchino. Characters I didn't mean to pull, but I'm happy I did: Neuvillette, Zhongli. You didn't mean to pull Neuvillette. You just accidentally got him 3 times before you realized what you were doing. Really. Somehow I doubt that. I wanted C6 Fischl. I see. Alright, Neuvillette, Zhongli, Baiju, Verissa. Characters I kind of regret because I don't really need or use them: Nilo, Raiden. Characters I wish I never pulled: Mawika, Chaska. That's a lot of yap. Okay. Does that mean when you play Verissa, you don't play Mawika? I didn't see if they replied. Fuck. I got Monica from Molani Comfort, but ended up benching her for Shangling based. Okay, so basically, other than general advice for resin investment, I'm assuming the main thing you want is advice on how to make your Navia Arlecchino teams stronger, and maybe Nevilet and Veresa too. Is that right? Would that be an accurate assessment? Do you know what kind of DPS is needed for difficulty 6 endgame? I don't know if this account would be able to do it. Let's just put it that way. Kinda, but I'm worried about artifact efficiency mostly. I'm perma-stuck to Whisper's domain, so all my healers are on Song of Days Past. I see. Okay. I mean, seeing 14.6% defense makes me sad, but it's still a really good artifact. We were off piece on this. I see. Sands. Yeah. Oh, that's a... I'm gonna star this right now. This might be what you end up re-rolling. That's an insanely good reroll target, by the way. Like, that's an insane reroll target. It really is. That's not a good reroll target. Oh boy. It's not awful, because at least it's a 4-liner, but... Let's filter with this first. We don't have anything else, right? Yeah, no, okay. What about this? Sorry. I shouldn't laugh. But that's funny as fuck, dude. Crit rate is really low. Does the nuke team you use give you external crit rate or something? Wait, do you get crit rate for cons? I forgot. Or maybe you do. You probably do, right? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, man. So it's plus 36. So you're capped on crit rate already then. Ooh. That's a bit unfortunate. I guess this is actually insane then. My god. It makes me sad to see. This is the sort of piece that's frustrating to see, but also it's good. Is there an easy way to find out if a plus 20 artifact was a 4-liner if I don't remember? Click on enhance when it's plus 20 and count the numbers here. There's a total of 5 here. That means it got upgrades 5 times, so it was a 4-liner. Okay. But yeah, obviously the Navia build is fucking insane. unsurprisingly. We already somewhat looked at the Versa build. This is an account where you probably never end up getting Long Night South. Unless you plan on getting Skirk. Then maybe you go in that domain for a while. But... wait, actually... that's not even true. Because you do have Lost Prayers. A Lost Prayers is, like, better than Widsith. So maybe you do consider going Long Night South eventually. They don't have... wait, is that true? Where's your TTDS? I used to have like 10 R5 TTDSs, but I realized I like Fab and Proto Amber more. I mean... I guess when you look at which characters would use TTDS here, it's mostly like Citlali, and you have her Sig. So maybe that's fine. But man, I can't at least keep one. I'm begging you. Alright. Let's look at the Arlecchino builds. So this is C6R1. How do you even play C6 Arlecchino again? Which one is All is Ash again? That's the skill. You press Q, but you need to set things up, no? You need to E at the start of your rotation, then you Q, but then you E again, right? I guess the chamber's dead at that point. How the fuck are you supposed to play C6 Arlecchino? I don't even know, man. E, CA cancel, Q melt. No, that's not gonna work. For multiple reasons. One, E applies Pyro twice, so it's gonna yoink your reaction. My C6 Arlecchino, I play with Molani a lot, so I can wipe the Pyro on anything, surviving my E, C, and 1Q. I see. So do you not react your EC and 1Q? Or do you do it with, like, your Farina? Even with Farina, it'll be a little sus, though. Don't you play Charlotte with Arlecchino C6? You can, but it's more a speedrun thing than an actual team thing. Especially with a new mode, difficulty 6, actually making it so that it's not trivial to clear even with shit like this. Playing an actual good team instead of just trying to speedrun by front-loading your damage with Charlotte is probably going to be better. Hmm. Okay. I'm kind of curious what sort of setup I would do if I played this team. Let's think about it for a second. Do this.
Everybody stand, get to work. Suffer the wrath of Eastleigh.
We meet at last, meddler. Witness my rise.
I guess something like this.
Your journey ends here.
Let's light it up. Teamwork is fulfill our task. East Laline, East Papa.
We meet at last, meddler. Everlasting as the moon.
I'm going in. Show no mercy. You two. Time to.
Oh, I'm an idiot. Both Chilean and Chilena, both Citlali and Chilena are so yeah, that makes sense. I also can't be bothered, that's fair. You can also just do this though.
Transmit, bring it.
Strike a pose. Let the world collide. Everybody stand back.
I'm an idiot.
We meet at last, meddler. This is where you fall. A gift for
Okay, Farina, what the fuck are you doing? Goddamn idiot. Didn't even hit.
late
Journey ends here.
I'm going in. Showing you praise. Time to shine.
We meet at last, meddler. Bring it.
Please hit both.
The moon.
We did hit both, but we missed the crit on one of them. Yeah, this kind of feels like ass. Comparatively. Ooh. My goodness. Thank you for the raid! Welcome, raiders. Oh. Don't force me to embarrass myself by trying to pronounce it again, okay? Listen. Listen. Welcome. I hope you're all doing well today. We are currently doing an account review. Yeah, we're experiencing some slightly whale stuff. Yeah. I got Caesar to C2 Versa by accident in 20 okay, that's fucked up. Okay. Like, alright. Okay. Like, who asked? Or, like, Escoffier, but it won't be as good. I'm also kind of curious about this.
Your journey
Let's
ends
light it up.
here.
Everybody
Lord
stick.
of Sand.
Huh, by royal
Your
decree.
sacrifice
Stop
is
right
ready.
there.
Transfixed. This is where you fall.
Justice will prevail. Huh? Teamwork
It's definitely not as good for speedrunning stuff, but yeah, it's noticeably worse for speedrunning stuff. Okay. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. At least it's less cringe. I don't even know if it's less cringe. The Zilali one feels really good. Play the Navia? Sure, we can play the Navia. This is probably the default theme. True!
Your journey ends here.
let the world collide.
Your sacrifice is ready.
Proper send off. From the start. I'm going in.
Hear the echoes of the valley. Bring it. You need it last.
Cha. Umbrella warfare, I guess. Hiya. Hey there.
I forgot what the rotations you're supposed to do are. I think you... You swap back to Shiloden after the first E. Right, right. That's what you're supposed to do.
Your journey
Let
ends
my
here.
name echo in song.
Your sacrifice is ready.
Well then, let's light it up. Teamwork is coming at ya. Cha. Feeling lucky? Having fun? Watch out!
Yeah. That's how you do this. Right, right, right. More or less. For my team, it's Navia Q, Farina EQ, Shilonen QE, Bennett QE. Yeah, Shilonen Q is not necessary to use. But also... Ideally... You want to... I guess you don't need to, because you have fucking 30 ER on your circlet. But I know that the default rotations for Navia... Battery, Shilonen, skill into Navia. Yeah, you have 30 ER on your circlet, and you have her C... What's the constellation that gives energy? C2? I don't remember which one. Whatever. So you probably really don't need to. C1? It's C1. Okay, cool. Alright, let's do it clear. Let's do it clear. Let's do... We're actually going to play Melt Arlecchino against the Lava Dragon. Are we? No, we're not. What should we play? Oh, chat. What if... Listen, hear me out, okay? Like when you look at Navia teams, Arlecchino Navia is actually one of the better Navia teams. So let's play that. Fuck it. And then on the other side, we can play Nebula. Move cam? Sure. Okay, how the fuck are you supposed to play this again, man? I forbore.
Late bear.
That's not Chilonin.
I'm going in.
Attack! Umbrella warfare, I guess.
Let's light it up. Teamwork is dreamwork.
Umbrella warfare, I guess. Watch out! Hiya! Ha! Cha!
Bring it.
Watch out!
What's Arlecchino doing in this? I mean, she's not doing much here, right? Like, obviously. But that's fine.
Silence.
Yoo-hoo! Let the world come alive!
Off to the freezer. The pinnacle of excellence.
No goose.
Be sanctified. Settle down. Bow your head.
Strike a pose! Time to shine!
Fulfill our pact. A dash of frosting. A burst of
Silence.
Okay. Now, this is actually gonna be bad here, isn't it? I didn't think this through.
overruled. Let the brave names echo.
Watch out! Hiya!
I'm going in. Let's light it up. Bring it.
Watch out!
Let the mountain's veins boil. Let's light it up. Lake Bear. Teamwork is dream. Witness my rise. Transfixed.
Why did my Navia burst?
With rocks.
Bro, ain't no way.
Coming at ya!
Let engraved names echo. Venture.
Watch out! Fire! Well,
Overrule.
hey there!
Hear the echoes of the valley. I'm going in.
Coming at ya!
Bow your head.
Yoo-hoo! Let my name echo in song! Show no mercy!
Let the mighty be humbled. Silence.
My E missed, but it doesn't matter. Okay.
Lake Bear.
Hey there! A proper send-off!
Then teamwork is strict. Overruled. Everlasting as the moon. Transfixed.
Hey there! Attack!
I'm going in.
What the fuck is bro doing?
Coming at ya!
whatever. We killed him. Whatever. It worked out. Damn, she could have hit that far. Yeah, but it's not gonna be the shotgun. It's gonna be a lot less damage. Alright. I'll be right back, chat. I'm back. Alright, so we can take a look at the Versa as well. The Verisa's less built, right? This is 848. It's Codex. I will say, this is probably one of the accounts where Xianya and Farina is better. So this is actually a bit too much crit rate, because Xianya is giving you crit. But your Shannon isn't even built yet, so it is what it is. But neither is your Eon-san, which is also a little cooked. Why is it better? Because of this. And also because Xiaonin is pretty good for C2 Verisa specifically. Alright, like...
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand.
Strike a
Your
pose! Let the
sacrifice is
world
ready.
come on! Bring it! Letting brave names like... Boof! Skyward!
I didn't get a swirl because I'm an idiot, but it's fine.
Hero incoming!
I'm an idiot. I forgot to do the thing.
Smash down! Shower me with praise! Time to
That was terrible gameplay, but it's fine.
make way for the... Charge! It's justice o'clock! Charge! It's justice o'clock! Bring it!
Fucking knockback, dude. Annoying as hell. But it is what it is. You can also just do... Looks worse than your Verisa. I mean, the characters aren't leveled. So, yeah, it is worse than my Verisa. If we use leveled characters, it'll be better.
Your journey ends here, Lord of
Hear the echoes?
Didn't need to do that, but it's fine, I guess.
Let the world collide! Everybody stand! Charge! Boof! Charge! Hero incoming! Headbutt! Hero incoming!
Come on. Didn't crit. Whatever. turn does C2 person need? None. Here we ran out of energy because we're not playing Yansan because the Yansan is level 40. But Yansan with Electro Resonance makes it like 0 ER requirements. Is this Yansan C6? I guess that's, I don't know. It's a good question. He is, yeah. Okay. Bonk. Okay, they asked what they could do for Kave teams, so we can take a look at that. Obviously, there's Plunge, which you're already aware of. There isn't that much else if you want Kave stuff. Like, you can do Kave in Nilo teams, and he is pretty decent there. But Nilo teams are already not that great, and then on top of that, on your account, you have a lot of cons on a lot of other stuff. So comparatively, it's going to be even worse for you. You could just do like spread carry Kave. You could do Quick Bloom Kave. I could see that. I could see Quick Bloom Kave. Maybe we go Gilded. No, we can't. We don't even have enough. Okay, never mind. Oh, we don't have Maui Jose either. Cooked. Do we have any M main stat? No, we don't. Damn. Really are cooked. It's gonna be hard then. I guess we go 2-piece, 2-piece, but that won't be ideal. You don't have a single Dendro damage bonus goblet. Literally not a single one. We go EM then. It's hard out here. I spent 9 months farming ley lines. Alright. Yeah, you could do... Oh. Well, that is certainly something. Could do something like this.
Your journey ends
There is
here.
no escape. Odds reveal. Strike a pose. Let my name echo.
Come at me. Feast your eyes. Take. Midnight vengeance.
without Cookie, it's not gonna work out well. You kind of need a healer here.
Time to shine.
Scanning. Breaking new ground.
Maybe we use Baiju. That means no official, but then where's our we don't have any damage. Yeah, no, it's just not happening, man. Ugh. Cooked. Cooked. Nilo. I mean, yeah. That's what you'd want, I suppose. It's just that it's not good. Oh. Oh. Well, this will have to do, I suppose. Oh man. Hmm. Why is he level 70? Fuck! Guess we do this then, but that's so bad. Oh boy.
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand.
Committed to memory. Make yourselves at home. Yoo-hoo! Let the world collide!
Feast your eyes.
Roll! The Temple of Wisdom! Positions! Let my name echo in song!
Breaking new ground.
Everything is fine.
Come at me.
I'm on the wrong weapon, by the way.
This may turn
Like, clearly.
Here! Strike a pose! Let the world collapse!
Sight clear. Feast your eyes. Scanning.
I mean, it works. I guess. But it's a pretty slow clear in AoE content. And then you get to single target and you're like, oh. Why didn't I hit E first? It doesn't really matter. Check leyline achievement? Fine. Kaveh is so overlooked, people forget he can heal? Yeah, I know. That is funny. Where's the leyline achievement again? Is it in here? What's it called? It's in Hero's Journey, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, 1,300 ley lines. $500 of which were in the past 5 months, by the way, because they got this achievements in January of this year. Nice.
My parents always say, no matter how busy life gets, You should always sit down and enjoy a proper meal.
Okay, I will say, if you're trying to get
I like to do.
a relatively completionist
Then
thing,
splash it all down. Take a deep breath and wolf it down in one go. That way, I get to eat my fill without wasting too much time.
okay, but yeah, so if you're aiming to get like an account that feels complete, you are going to need more artifacts, right? I think right now, getting just a functional set on a few more artifact sets is a higher priority for you than leveling characters. Mainly, right? I think your Cinder City is fine. Your Codex is fine. Your Emblem, I think, is fine too. No, it's not. Your Emblem is not fine. Yeah. So, Emblem. Okay. So we've got Emblem farming. The thing is, you don't actually need that much Emblem, right? The characters on which you want Emblem on your account are gonna be Xiangling, Yelan, Xingqiu. Thing is, honestly, you're probably not gonna use those characters that much, right? When you look at the teams that you have on your account and the characters that you like, right? Carissa, Navia, Arlecchino, Linny's starred, but you didn't mention him, but maybe Linny. Neuvillette. Out of those, the only one that really likes Yelan is Arlecchino, but at C6, Vape is just a lot worse than Meld. And so, getting a strong Yelan build is just not really necessary. Then, that means that Xiangling is pretty much the only one that you'd want to have a strong build on. But honestly, it's not the end of the world if you don't have Emblem on her. Because there's honestly quite a few teams where her best set isn't even Emblem. Generally, in the Veresa teams, it is Emblem, but it's not even by that much. And you have other options. Namely, you can play Noblesse. Noblesse is actually quite good on Xiangling in Veresa teams. I don't know if you have a good Noblesse. Probably not. Yeah. But I would focus your farming a lot more on Noblesse than I would on Emblem. That being said, obviously Bloodstained is bad, so it's probably more a strong box thing than anything else. Strong boxing so that you have at least the right main stats and like about 20 rolls of crit on Noblesse is probably what you should be doing right now. It's likely to get you much better returns than strongboxing your Whispers set, at least for the foreseeable future. Alright? I guess this is not going to be resin investment, though, so I'll put it here. Noblesse, strongbox. Other than that, you've got scrolls, you got Peak Patrol, enough defense, nothing else really matters. Your Navia build is already good. Kazuha, you're probably not using that much. I yoinked one of his pieces, but you've got a set on him. You're fine. Seatlolly. ER is too low. I noticed that when I was playing earlier. You want an ER sense. You have one available that you could yoink from Kilonen? But honestly, if you're not using Shilonen, like if you want to keep it on Shilonen and you're keeping it on Shilonen, I would recommend giving up on the main stat for your circlet so that you can go off PCR sense here. And then that has a lot of EM. That's nice. You can yoink this. This is gonna be so much better. So much better. I was giving through because it gives me Nilo flashbacks. That's fair, yeah. Farina, she's got his tenacity set, and I think it's a good tenacity set too. I guess that's alright. That's alright. I guess it's not that good. This is great, though. Pretty solid. It's definitely good enough. Neuvillette, your Maréchaussée. That's funny. Okay, it's definitely... There's a lot of room for improvement. You have a pretty solid circlet, but the rest is honestly pretty underwhelming. I definitely think farming for Maréchaussée is going to be something you should do at some point, but it's going to be pretty low priority. I'll just say MH, whatever. Whimsy, we've already looked at a little bit, but not that much, right? So this is solid. That's an off piece, interesting. Or your on piece is not that good. That's not bad. So that is a 9 roller. Ooh. That's nice. Okay, something has to be wrong. It's not. You only own 2 Pyro Goblets. I see. Okay, soon as the patch drops, you re-roll this shit, by the way. Man. Okay, I will tell you this, though. Your goblet is pretty bad, but the rest of your pieces are all solid, and your onset feather is good. What that means is that even if the goblet you get is an off piece, it will still be something you can use, right? Once you get a decent off piece pyro, you swap to this feather and use the new goblet. That means that you don't need to farm Whimsy to upgrade your Arlecchino, right? What you need to upgrade your Arlecchino is to get a better goblet, but it can be on any set because you have a good on-piece feather to replace your off-piece feather with. What the heck? I don't know. Depends on how good they are to begin with, but that would be a strong passive, yeah. Anyways, what was I trying to say? Right. Like, your Sans is amazing, right? Like, this is almost as good as it gets. It's not exactly perfect, because it was a 3-liner, but all the rolls you got were really good. Especially on C6 Arlecchino, you melt a much larger portion of your damage, so the EM rolls are even better than on C0 Arlecchino. So, like, this is almost as good as it gets. This is a 7-roller. No, this is an 8-roller. No, this is a 7-roller. Words are hard. A 7-roller Sans is, like, really good. This is an 8-roller, so if you swap to this, it's, again, like, almost as good as it gets. This one's a 7-roller, so it's a bit worse, but your roll quality is fairly high, so it's not too bad. And this one it's only a 5-roller, but circlets in general tend to be harder to get good stuff for. Oh, and you have this. That's probably better, right? Probably. But yeah, so basically, keep an eye out for off-piece Pyro Goblets when you farm for the sets you need on other characters. And you'll get an improvement on your Arlecchino like that. I plan to C6 Sijuan on the Fontaine Chronicled Wish. What build should I use for her? If you're a whale Sijuan enjoyer, you should get her weapon. Sijuan gets more from her signature than almost any other character in the game. I'm pretty sure the damage increase on Sijuan Sig is higher than the damage increase on Skirk's Sig, on Veresa's Sig. Like, it's a massive difference. And then for set bonuses, well, she's a burst damage dealer, so Emblem is always a viable option. Other than that, was Vorakash good on her? I don't remember. I don't think it was great, right? No. What other sets would you even want? I mean, if you play her with Farina, you might use Marie-José. You can always just use 2-piece, 2-piece. So this gives you 28 crit. Baseline, she doesn't have any crit. If you play her in a team with Cryo Resonance, that's 15, so 43, 48. Plus 36, that's 84. That's pretty high, yeah. Does she get energy from her cons? No? Okay, so it's definitely Emblem then. Yeah, okay. 100% Emblem. She gets crit rate from cons. That is true. She does. She does get crit rate from cons. Still, definitely emblem. Reminds me, I try to secure 2-piece 2-piece if it's remotely viable on anyone, like Child, because I infinitely farm Whispers. Yeah, that's fair. So I guess we don't need to necessarily farm signature sets on characters that can use 2-piece 2-piece Whispers stuff. Alright. Characters you'll use, right? Obviously, the carries we've already mentioned, but also all the supports that you play with them, right? So there's gonna be Xiangling, there's gonna be Lali, Farina, Shilonen, Kazuha, Yansan, Chevreuse. Not really that much else on the characters that would want something other than a support set angle, though. Maybe Fischl, but you're gonna want to farm some Maréchaussée, so you'll get some acceptable golden troop on the way there. Yeah. Okay. Also, we should try to think about teams for when you need 3 teams for the new game mode. Right. So you probably have an Arlecchino team and a Navia team. Most likely. Okay, so a potential problem here is that both of these characters want Bennett. The Arlecchino teams that don't use Bennett are generally the Chevreuse teams. But if you do a Chevreuse team with Arlecchino, it means that your third team can't be a Varese Chevreuse team. So maybe here we do double Hydro. Like this. Here we do Sucrose Melt. And then for the Varese team, we would do Yansan Chevreuse Xiangling. That seems like a... That seems like a plan, yeah. Specifically for next Abyss, you'd probably just do this. Or not Abyss. Well, Abyss, yes, but also mainly. I guess you can also just use Neuvillette on the last slot, huh? So what would you do for your Neuvillette team? You could do... No, because your Farina's on the Navia side. My teams list has all of my favorite teams currently. Sure, we can take a look at this. Oh my god, that's a lot. So, default Navia. Melt Arlecchino. Default non-freeze Neuvillette. Okay, buddy. Default... Versa Overload with Xiangling. I assume this is a friendship team. Right? Arlecchino Navia. That's hilarious. Okay. Alright, I will say though, if you actually like Kaveh a lot and you want to play him, unlocking Xianyun's Ascension passive is more important than anything else. Like, this is half your team DPS. You need this. It's important. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I would say that when it comes to character building, she's next on the list after Linny. I would go for her before Linny. Unless you like Linny more than you like Kaveh. I guess. I don't want to compare two bad bitches. Okay. So Lenny gear, or sorry, Lenny level talents, Xianyun levels. I would still go for Xianyun first because it's less expensive. And Xianyun can also be used for Vrissa. Because you don't need to level her talents. Like, yeah, it helps if you level the burst talent, but it just increases the healing a little, and you have C3 for Rina, so you're maxing out your fanfare even on low level burst anyways, right? What you need is you need to unlock this, and then what you care about is her attack. Which means all you need on her from this point forward is levels on her. Whereas on Linny, you need levels, but you also need to level his talents because that's what his damage scales with, right? So, especially because right now you have 0 Mora. Right, this is 1.4 mil Mora on each talent if you want to triple crown him, and since you like him, I assume that you're intending to. So that's 4.5 mil Mora to triple crown him. You can get Xianyun to 90 with like half the resin you need to do that just for the talents. So that's what I would focus on. For now. Xianyun first. And I think Xianyun is like first thing you should do, probably. Then yeah, let's go through the builds real quick again. This was fine. You're gonna want to get Yeonsan properly leveled at some point, but it's not urgent. Ooh, these favs aren't leveled. That's a problem. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Fav Lance 90. Oh boy. Oh boy. I will say, you might not need that many Fav Lances 90 because you have Symphonist of Sense, and Symphonist of Sense is better than Fav on Yeonsan and or Chevaliers. Alright. What else? Okay, but yeah, for Yeonsan, your artifacts, I think you're already fine. That's great. That's amazing. That's solid. Pretty good. Pretty good, yeah. You're completely fine. Although I will say your ER might be too low if you're using Symphonist of Sense. So if you are using Symphonist of Sense, you might have to use this ER Sense. But you only have one, and you have multiple characters that want it. So maybe you go offset on something. You can just go offset on the flower, so there's no problem here. So your artifacts for Yeonsan are fine. Obviously, talents and levels is what you need. Yeonsan 90, Yeonsan Q 12. Obviously, you want to do completionist stuff. You're gonna end up getting all her talents leveled at some point. But if you use her in the short term, burst levels are very impactful. So you should do that before you get around to like the completionist aspect of building her. Yeah, for your channeling, you want Emblem, but it's not urgent, and you also want Noblesse. That being said, if you are planning on going for Sijuin, for some reason, Emblem will be good to get for her too. So It's not just for channeling that you'll be farming for it. Okay. Your build here is fine. No notes. Yeah. I can't. Farina build, we've already looked at. Your ER, I think, was really good, yeah. This is gonna be comfy, ER. We love to see it. Nevillet. We've already talked about Maréchaussée farming at some point. The main thing is just you don't have a lot of crit, right? Which is fine when you're playing freeze, but even on freeze, you're only at like 80, 90. You're only at like 91. So you have room to get more crit rate. Yeah, your Arlecchino build we've already talked about. Your Kave build, if you end up playing him in plunge teams, you will probably do Farina over Citlali. Because you have C3 Farina. Which means you can use Maréchaussée. So the farming you do for Nevillet will also benefit Kave. If you want to play in a Nilo team, though, it would be nice to get a 4-piece of Gilded. That being said, it'll be a lot worse. Like on a whale account, Bloom, Hyper Bloom, like it's not as good. Bennett build is fine. ER is not bad, but it's not amazing either. But you do have a Skyward Blade. It might be worth leveling this for when you're playing Bennett in teams that have higher ER requirements, like those aforementioned Kave teams. So Skyward Blade 90 will be a nice thing to do eventually. Linny, I mean, Maréchaussée is gonna end up happening the same way. You probably use them on either this or this. I'm not gonna tell you to level Song of Stillness because it's just gonna depend on what your Maréchaussée build looks like, if you're overcapped or not. Okay. Other than that, Escoffier on Song of Days Past, huh? That's certainly a choice. I guess it's a side effect of the Navia main. How good is your Golden Troop right now? It's not good at all. Okay, that's all right. That's all right. That's Electro. Yeah. So we're definitely gonna want Golden Troop, but that's gonna happen when you farm Maréchaussée, right? I'm building Lynette DPS. Eventually, is it true that TF is bad for high ping? Okay, TF is not good for Lynette DPS on low or high ping. Best way to play Lynette DPS is plunge. Plunge with Xianyun. And Maréchaussée is the play. But yeah, your Raiden could use more EM main stats, but honestly, like I said, it's not really important. You said your Deepwood isn't that good, but honestly, it doesn't matter. It honestly does not matter if your Deepwood is not good. Because Nahida won't be a particularly large portion of your team DPS anyways. Your Molani build. I assume you use this on her when you play her. That's pretty good. That's alright. That's pretty good. That's pretty decent. That's not great. Are we capped? I guess this is not that great anyways. It's fine, but it's not that great. Okay, we are definitely doing this to remove the possibility of missing a crit. Alright, that first things first. Very important. Wait. Isn't this better? It might not be, actually. The flat HP might be what makes the difference here. Okay, your Milani build is very good. Yeah, and you did say you want to have a build for each of your character. You don't want to have to swap your builds, at least on as much stuff as possible. So you can keep her on Ring of Yaksha. That's fair. That's completely reasonable. Although, you'd rather have her on Widsith. But since you don't have 2 R5 Widsiths, that's gonna have to wait until you can use Lost Prayers on Verisa, which you won't be able to do if you stay on Codex. And since you said you don't want to get Skirk, getting Long Night South is like, ugh, little questionable. Since I use Milani as a quick swap, 1x Biter in Arlecchino team with Sith is kind of awkward. It's still better. Keep in mind, the effect here doesn't buff Milani's burst. And if you use Milani as a quick swap one-time Biter, much more of a portion of her damage is coming from burst than if you do a full Milani rotation. But yeah, also, at that point, TTDS is just better. Because it's almost as much HP, all you're missing out on is 32 damage %, but you get the TTDS to buff someone. I see. Burst is a DPS. Milani Burst is a DPS loss because Arlecchino cooldowns are back. That's insane. That's insane. But unironically, I would 100% run TTDS over this. I think you're overestimating how much this is doing for you. Yeah, this, I mean, this is something you're going to end up leveling at some point in your completionist journey, but it's not urgent at all. More emblem stuff we've already talked about. Child. Yeah, you'll end up using on 2Ps, that's fine. Whatever. I mean, yeah. I think that's it for your characters, right? You don't use Malika, right? You said you use her for Molani sometimes, but that's it. So mostly not. She has a flower, so she doesn't die when I use her E. I see. Based. Yeah. But yeah, I think that when it comes to artifacts, the main thing that you should get is Emblem, and then might as well say Golden Troop, and then Noblesse, right? You can Emblem Strongbox instead of Emblem Farm. Honestly. Since you don't want Shimenawas, emblem is not an urgent thing to get right now. And you said you want to get Sijuin and Constellations on her on the Fontaine Chronicled Wish, and that's going to be like 2 years from now. So there's no rush whatsoever. Other than that, looking at the unleveled characters, which ones would be nice to have properly leveled? We've already talked about Xianyun, and we've already talked about Eon Sun. Who else is there? I mean, you could think about Lanyan if you want, but it's not necessary. Mona... Meh, not really. You said you don't like Chaska.
I created another universe and founded paradise. For I, Fischl.
You could consider... Oh, what the I did not realize that. Yeah, never mind. Oh, my Daya level because she's in every theater? That's fair. Yeah, we could also talk about what stuff would be good to level for theater, right? So let's sort by element. You definitely don't need to level anyone for Pyro. You can level Daya if you want, but you don't need to. Because you have so many Pyro characters. Hydro characters, you should be fine as well. Dendro characters, maybe. Getting your Yao Yao. Wait, is 60 out of 70 enough for theater? Or do you need 70 out of 70? I forgot. You need 70? Yeah. So, getting Yao Yao to 70 for theater. It's probably worth it. Tilneti, in order for him to be, like, worth using, you want him to be fully leveled because he does a lot of... Or a lot of his damage is spread damage, which scales directly off of level. Yao Yao is usable at level 70 because she's not there for the damage. She's just there for Dendro App and healing. Electro characters... Okay, yeah, Electro Theater is not good for you, is it? I think there's a few characters that are worth investing in. Fischl, I think, is definitely worth leveling more than this.
For I, Fischl, and the Prinzessin
Because one, she can kind of carry 2 chambers by herself in theater, which is going to be nice and pleasant. But 2, when you want to play overload teams with off-field Electro App, she's generally the best slot, so having her properly built is gonna matter. Other than that, though, I would recommend getting Kuki to 90 as well. And Auroron to 70. Kuki to 90, you don't need to farm a set for her, you can just give her fucking whatever 2-piece doopies. Auroron to 70, you also don't need to farm shit for him, you just give him whatever 4-piece Cinder City. But yeah, Kuki to 90 because her reactions actually matter. Auroron's reactions aren't necessarily bad, but he can still do a lot of his job without levels. I never use Kuki because I do fully Emerald. Yeah, but for theater, it's nice. And also, since you have cons on Farina, it makes it so that whenever you play a Quick Bloom team, you only need a little bit of healing to max out your fanfare. So if you ever want to play like Quick Bloom Kave, for example, having Kuki is going to make a pretty big difference. Is her HP scaling on burst worth min-maxing the subs for? No, not at all. Not at all. Like, HP is a lot worse than crit for her damage. HP is mainly useful because it's healing. Right. Animal characters, you're definitely cooked. But we said we want to level Xianyun. Did I actually write it down? I did not. No, I did. The thing about Xianyun is because she's attack ascension, you actually get value from the ascension stat when you ascend her. So I think it's definitely worth it to get her to 80 out of 90. Can't decide what weapon for Baiju. I want to... Or for Beto, sorry. I want to build her as a proper taser driver or something. Let's go back to Beto. Skyward Pride is fine. 100% fine. And you can keep the Serpent Spine for someone else. Yeah, no problems with Skyward Pride whatsoever. You can use that. Anyways. But yeah, so there's Xianyun. Sucrose is enough to be used in theater, that's fine. Hazo, I guess. Lynette, you said you want to actually build her, so we might as well. Well, no, I'm not going to include it. You just get around to it whenever you feel like it. For the sake of theater, getting Lanion to 70 is 100% worth it. There's a space. And that's probably TTDS. Make sure you TTDS. For cryo stuff... Ooh. Okay, I mean, this is fine. I will say, for theater, one thing I've noticed a lot is that it feels nice to have the dogshit off-field cryos. Like, these two characters are nice to... And I guess Rosaria as well. For cryo theaters. Because very often, there's going to be blessings that give you buff based off of triggering a reaction or hitting with cryo. And having some form of off-field cryo is going to make a pretty big difference, even if it's not enough to proc, like, forward melt with Diona, for example. So having them build on just a fucking throwaway build with ER Sands, crit rate, circlet, and Fav, ideally on a support set, but honestly, it's not that big of a deal if you don't have one, at level 70, is going to make them pretty helpful for theater stuff. So, out of those, I'd say that the most useful one is going to be Rosaria. Honestly, you probably don't need more than Rosaria. Because you have Chi-Chi already, you have Escoffier, you have Citlali, you have Chongyun, you have Kea. I think you'll be fine with Rosaria only. And then Geo. Yeah, Geo, you're completely fine. Zach 10 sucks. I got to the end, I got jump scared by the boss. Yeah. Yeah, I straight up just played Freeze Neuvillette on the last one. I just didn't make use of a single one of my blessings. Just played Freeze Neuvillette. Yeah, 9 stars. 07. Alright, let's order these from most important / urgent to least important. I guess I'll split Xianyun in two. Because Xianyun 60 out of 70 is like urgent. Unlocking that Ascension passive makes it so that
Things where you got
instead of just allowing you to plunge, she's allowing you to plunge and increasing your plunge damage by like more than 50%. The difference between level 60 out of 60 Xianyun and 60 out of 70 Xianyun is kind of like the difference between having a Bennett burst and not having a Bennett burst. Like, it's a massive deal. Number one priority. Number two priority is gonna be probably Eon San, but you don't need to fully max her yet. Eon San 70 out of 70 and Eon San Q6. It's 9, but whatever. So that she's usable for theater and you get her burst as high as possible from that. After that, I think your only other urgent thing is Fab Lance 90.
there's a lot that goes into managing.
Because you don't have a single Fab Lance 90. And you have a few characters that will want to use Fab Lance. I didn't include Verissa talents, I should. Verissa NA/Q9. Because if you actually use her, that's a big deal. Anyways. From that point, is her E worth leveling? It's an incredibly minor part of your damage. Especially at C2. But there's no reason not to get it to like at least 6, because it's really cheap. Right? Like fucking 30,000 Mora. That's 10 resin. Levels get significantly more expensive starting at level 8, basically. Alright, do I have anything do you have anything talent levels? Yeah, you do. This is talent level 7. Right? This is 260k. Talent level 6. Oh. Not ascended. I can't. I can't. Surely we have one, right? Surely, right? Why can I not find one? Okay, there we go. Now level 6, 120k. So it's more than double the cost. And then getting talent level 6, 37k. That's triple the cost. Right? Basically, the cost from 6 to 7 is about the same as from 1 to 6. And the cost from 7 to 8 is about the same as from 1 to 7. So getting it to 6 is incredibly cheap. Then to 7 is somewhat cheap. And then past that, it's pretty expensive. Anyways, why is the cam here? Because like I got tired of moving it. So expensive, I left my child in a fake 888. Fair. But yeah, so once you've done these 4 things, which are like the urgent ones, everything you do past that is a bit more up to you. If you care more Because, like, your teams will be functional, at least. If you care more about going, like, advancing your completionist progress, you just do whatever you want. But if you care more about upgrading your current teams, then here's what you should do. So, Eonson 90, Eonson Q10. Xianyun 80 out of 90. I guess you can do Eonson 80 out of 90 too. Because honestly, shit's expensive, man. Shit's fucking expensive. The amount of attack you get from 80 to 90 isn't that much. So when on top of that, it's on a character that isn't doing that much damage themselves, so their levels doesn't count for the defense formula. Generally, leaving them to 80 out of 90 is good enough. But yeah, Xianyun, leveling her Q isn't worthless. It's not important, but I'd get it to 6 because it's cheap as fuck. And that's Xianyun done and Eonson done. Then I'd probably do a second Fav Lance. Are there any other Fav weapon types that you don't have enough of? Fav Sword, you're fine. Fav Codex. If you're using it on Xianyun, you should level it. And you probably are, based off of what I see here. In that case, that probably goes... before Xianyun levels here. Fav Codex 90. But the one that's on Mona, or if you put it on Nahida or whatever, I think it was on Nahida, but I changed it. That one doesn't really need to be leveled. It's not the end of the world if it's not. It's better if it is, but it's not urgent at all. Fav Claymore, you don't really need on anyone, so it's something you don't have to really think about too much right now. Fav Bow, you have one already fully leveled on Yelan. That's probably enough. Yeah. Okay. So after this, I think that the next most important thing is going to be Verissa talents. Then Lenny talents. And after that, probably Scoured Blade. The main thing here is, did you go for Absolution for Bennett? Because that's kind of... I'm not too... I don't love that. I got it before Alikino. It's like, oh, you got... I see. You got it, like, you lost 50-50 to it. That's fair. But yeah. If you're gonna keep your characters on a weapon all the time, I think I would 100% keep Bennett on Skyward Blade and use Absolution as a stat stick on a sword character that you use every once in a while. Because, well, you don't always need the ER from Skyward Blade. There are teams where you do. And so if you don't want to have to change your weapon all the time, he's going to have to be on this. But yeah, after that, I think it's not urgent to get better Marie-José. Your Marie-José is fine, like it's acceptable for now. So I would do the cheap stuff for IT. So Lanyan 70, Rosaria 70, Auron 70, Yao Yao 70. Right? These things, pretty fucking cheap to do, right? Then the slightly more expensive stuff that is, I think, worth doing for IT. Probably Kuki first. Kuki 90. Then Fischl 90 with her skill leveled. You can keep Fischl 80 out of 90 if you're not intending on playing her in Aggravate. And then you properly go for artifacts. Like, your artifacts are a little sus, but they're not that bad. And your characters that need better artifacts are not characters you're using that much right now. For the first rotation of the new game mode, I think that you're definitely going to want to have a team that's got some cryo, then a Navia team, and then an Arlecchino team. But maybe the Arlecchino team is the one you do for with the cryo. I'm not sure. The Lava Dragon, you don't really want to do with Arlecchino, honestly, or Navia. Navia, you can get away with a bit more easily, I guess. Right, so maybe you do Lava Dragon with this. You do the Cryo Automaton with this. And you do the Tulpa with this. I think that's definitely the play, yeah. Definitely the play. Yeah, that's fair, Lenny. The problem is just that this is going to be a lot faster than using Arlecchino. And Arlecchino is going to be fucking insane against the Tulpa. Right? Because you get to play a Chevalier's team, but also have reaction damage. So you'd much prefer using... Like, it's not that Arlecchino can't do the Lava Dragon. It's that Arlecchino has a great matchup against Tulpa, so if you can afford to use her there, that's where you'd rather use her. Can you complete level 6? Maybe. We don't have that much info on level 6 stuff yet. But I think if any account can, I feel like this account can. I guess. Well, maybe not, but I don't know. Maybe. Like, there might be a chance. Perhaps. I don't know. I need a new Arlecchino Goblet. That's not... Right now, that is not urgent. Okay? Right now, what is urgent is leveling this. Right? Actually, I had Xianyun above. She's not above. She's below. Because Xianyun isn't a character that you're planning on using with the teams that you will do in the very, very short term. Whereas the Ansan is. They could just reroll their current Arlecchino Goblet. I don't think that's a great idea, though. Like, it's not an awful idea. But it's just... all their pieces are pretty solid. Thank you for the 7 months, Pong. With Prime. But yeah, they have some pretty solid pieces everywhere. And... while this is a guaranteed upgrade if they reroll it, because neither of these stats are good, it's pretty unlikely to be that great. So I'd much prefer seeing the reroll stuff used on something like this, right? Which is an amazing target. But yeah, so this is your list of things. Please keep TTDS. Alright, remember that. I also have TTDS 90 here, since you'll be using it on characters that actually care about the stats you get from it. Strongbox Noblesse until you have a viable set for Sherling. and then Strongbox Emblem, until you at least have a viable set for also for Xiangling, but you can keep going if you want to already start preparing for Sijuan. And then you can go back to Strongboxing your Whisper stuff for Navia. Also, chat, I'll be right back. Give me a second. Alright, I'm back. Alright. But yeah, that does it for the investment priority. Oh my god, guards. Yeah, that does it for the investment priority. So, now, let's talk about a couple gameplay tips. For a few of these teams. So, first, Verissa. Because it's C2 Verissa, so stuff is different. With C2 Verissa, your rotations are generally a lot more straightforward. Because you're on Codex, and because you're on C2, there's some actually important stuff. The fact that you're on C2 means that your combo takes longer to do because you use burst more often. But that also means that with the same amount of cooldowns, you have more uptime. So you're less reliant on setting up 5 skill rotations instead of 4 skill rotations. But that also means that very often you'll swap to Verissa when you don't have any Night Soul. Because you're on Codex, if you just do your stuff normally here... Okay, we got a crit on the plunge because we got lucky. But you're 60% crit. And so, on something like this, it's very important to know that you can do a short hold on Verissa to activate your Codex set.
Your journey ends here.
Right? This activates Codex and we're now 100% crit.
Sacrifice is ready.
You don't need to do it after the first one, it's just for the first one that it's important. Okay, fuck you. How short of a hold? Your screen has an effect when you start running on Verissa. Right?
Your journey
You can see that it like zooms out a little.
Your sacrifice is ready.
So you just need to make sure that you hold it until the zoom out happens. And that'll activate your Codex. And it matters even more for C2 because at C0, if you don't do this, you just lose the crit rate on your first plunge. Which, right, your first plunge is 300 motion value here. And only 50 from this, right? But at C2, it's not 50, it's 180. And also, you get a burst on top of that. So that's another 600 motion value that will not get buffed by your 4-piece Codex. So it might... Oh, guards. So it matters a lot more. Yeah, that's gameplay tip number 1. Gameplay tip number 2. When you're playing with Xianyun, when possible... Where the fuck is she? When you're playing with Xianyun, when possible, it is better to just jump than to use your skill.
Your journey ends here.
Strike cloud converge.
See, and you can do it 4 times. after which you gotta start using your skill. Although technically, same thing happens here where you would, for the first one, it's probably better to
Your journey ends
do a short hold just to activate the codex set.
Late again.
here. Is ready.
Look out below.
But yeah, you get to do 8 instances of plunge damage before your jump buff expires. So that's 4 bursts. After the 4th burst you do, you can't jump anymore, so don't jump like an idiot. Okay, then for Arlecchino, you've got a couple different ways you can do this. You found any interesting movement tech on Verissa? I mean, maybe I would if I was allowed to fucking play her. Frick you. Okay, so, couple things here. When you're doing Melt Arlecchino with Seat Lolly, which I assume is going to be the main team you do with this, if you want things to melt, you need to start your rotation with Arlecchino's skill. Right? Her cons allow you to do skill into immediately charge attack and still, like, you don't need to let it cook. But her skill applies a lot of pyro, because it applies pyro twice in a row. And that's gonna yoink your aura, so you can't do that. One thing that is very useful to know about is that if you do Seat Lolly skill burst and then immediately swap to Arlecchino and do a charge attack, oops, I'm an idiot. I'm not sure if I got it. Oops. You can melt your charge attack and your C2 proc.
Your journey ends here.
Suffer the wrath of
I fucked up.
Your journey ends here.
Get to work. You two.
Your sacrifice is ready.
Right? You get to melt the charge attack and the... I guess my cam's in the way. But whatever. You get to melt your charge attack and the C2 proc, and then there's a cryo aura, so you can melt the burst. Or do a normal attack. Or do whatever you want. So, it got it like this.
Your journey ends
Let's
here.
light it up. Go in.
Your sacrifice is ready.
Show no mercy. Seat Lolly.
This is where
Alright, this is what you want to do. That being said, though, very, very important to understand how the aura works here. In order for us to be able to do that instant swap to Arlecchino into charge attack, you need there to be a cryo aura on the enemy. If there is no cryo aura on the enemy, your charge attack will apply pyro instead of melting, and then all of your melts are gone. So how do you make it so that there's a cryo aura on the enemy? Number 1, don't Chilonin before Bennett. Chilonin buffs last longer, so usually you want to do that. But if you go from Bennett into Seat Lolly, you just don't have enough cryo app to remove the massive 2U pyro that Bennett applied. So that's number 1. Is affected by ping? Yes, but you don't need to have great ping. It's harder to do on higher ping. Like, there's probably around 300 milliseconds worth of wiggle room. So if you have 300 ping, it's probably pretty close to frame perfect. But I can do it pretty easily on 100 ping. But yeah, so you need to swap into Seat Lolly with the aura already weakened, but also you need to normal attack once on Citlali. And also, that normal attack has to be before the burst, not after. I usually do Chilonen, Bennett, Citlali, and the cryo is ready for me. So I guess my ping might be too much and the aura decays. If you're doing that, something's gonna miss, basically. Because if you want every single thing to melt as quickly as possible, you want to use the aura from Citlali's burst initial hit to melt your charge attack. And then the first off-field cryo app melts your C2. And then they already pretty much instantly have cryo aura from the next off-field cryo app, so that you can melt your burst instantly. You can also melt a normal attack and then burst, because the burst animation is fairly long.
Your journey ends here.
Teamwork is strength.
Bring it.
Your sacrifice.
Normal attack, EQ.
You two. Time.
Okay, whatever.
Witness my
But yeah, so if they didn't jump up, I could have melted that normal, and then you can also melt the burst. Let me remove her damage so we can show what happens when the enemy doesn't die. What are the GC sims for Arlecchino Overload and Vape both stronger than Citlali Melt? Because the GC sim Arlecchino stuff for min-maxed things tend to be pretty scammy. But there's not much you can gain from scamming on Citlali. Anyways, but yeah, so
Your journey ends here.
Everybody stand.
Your sacrifice is
Show
ready.
no mercy.
I forgot the burst. I think I'm an idiot. Okay, surely I don't one-shot with a level 1 Moon Piercer, right?
Your journey ends
Line
here.
it up. I'm going in.
bring it.
Your sacrifice is ready.
Laline, eat Papa.
Everlasting as the moon.
Right, so you get to melt all the stuff you need to melt, and then you can melt the next normal too.
Everybody stand. Get to work. You two. Time.
Just make sure you give it a little bit of time after the charge attack. Like, just stare at the enemy for a second until the cryo's there. Let's try it again. Right? Arlecchino skill, Bennett skill burst, Chilonen skill, Citlali N1 EQ, or E N1Q, Arlecchino charge attack, normal attack, burst.
Witness my rise. Laid bare.
I'm going in. Get to work. You two. Time.
And when you don't have the burst, you just don't have the burst, and it is what it is.
Overrule.
How do you feel about Death Shred for min-maxing at this level of investment? It's not really more significant. Death Shred buffs are not inherently better than like Res Shred buffs or all that. It's just that Death Shred tends to be a better stat, but we don't have any characters that Death Shred's enough for it to be a good stat, basically. Like, generally, TDDS does more for your carry than the Death Shred when you play Lisa. Anyways, Other than that, I mean, that's pretty much it for melt stuff on Arlecchino. Who else did we have? We had Navidette. I mean, this is pretty straightforward. I don't think I need to say anything. We've already we show the Navidette rotation like almost every day, so probably fine. Lenny, that's not inherent. That what you said isn't wrong. The problem is just like, even if you already have 10,000 attack, 1,000 attack is going to be better than 1 crit rate, right? The same thing applies for Res Shred and Def Shred. Like, 15 Def Shred is just not a lot. It's just not a lot at all. Anyway, did you have any other specific questions, Lenny? What about Yunjin defense requirements? Oh boy. Did you have a cap on value? No. But Yunjin's just not good. But no, if you want to build your Yunjin, you can just put her on whatever's leftover stuff you have. Her scalings are so bad that she's generally better off on Noblesse than on a set that maximizes her buff. So you don't have to go out of your way to farm for her set at all. This one's gonna be a problem. I know that. You know what? Honestly, we need to. Like this. We're yoinking real quick. There's some characters besides Child I can prefer 2-piece, 2-piece. Not really. Cause like, the sets you want on pretty much all the characters you have are like Codex or Golden Troop or Maréchaussée, which are all like really powerful sets. Whatever. Grab this. I can't be bothered. What the fuck did I just do?
Mind the side effects. Remember, health comes.
Fine.
A bitter pill to swallow.
Let my name echo in song. Yoo-hoo! You're toast!
Mind the side effects.
I don't have enough energy on Baiju. I didn't check his energy before we started. That was bad.
Best of luck! Booba, get them!
I didn't check his build, I mean, and his ER. He's on sack.
Eat this! Nice and spicy.
A bitter pill to swallow.
All right.
Transfix. Let's light it up. Yeah, I'm going in. Get to work. You two. Time.
Oh.
Overrule. Teamwork is strength. Bring it. Fulfill our pact. Suffer the wrath of.
Huh.
Shower me with praise.
Taking a turn for the better.
You're toast! Let the world come alive!
Mind the side.
Let's ride! Woohoo! The doctor will see you now. Booba, get them! Hey-ya! Surf's up!
A bitter pill to swallow.
I'm an idiot. Shouldn't have done that yet.
The doctor will see you now. Let's ride! Woohoo!
I'm an idiot. It's fine.
Mind the side effect.
Average Milani experience. Yeah.
Everybody stand back! Show no mercy! Lolene, these pop-up...
Witness my rise.
Yoo-hoo!
Remember, health comes first.
Time to shine! Eat this! Booba, get them!
A bitter pill to swallow.
Surf's up! Shower me with praise! Let my name echo in song! Right, man, into the fire! Hey!
is what it is. But yeah, sorry. I don't know if you ended up asking any other questions. Let me check. Uh, How much EM is too much EM for like, you know, there's no such thing. Like, we're at 168 right now. That's completely fine. Especially because you have such an insanely good Sans that has a lot of EM, right? That means, like, this is great, but you don't want to use any EM Sans because this is too good to change it, really. And so, like, this piece is worth using, 100%. Alright, but I think that's gonna be it for the account review. So I hope you enjoyed, hope you learned a few things. Let me send you the link to the sheet.
Strength is one of those things where you gotta use
Here
it.
it is.
So, wanna train with me sometime?
But yeah, if you end up with any follow-up questions, you can send me a DM anytime. I am actually very curious to see how your Sans will reroll. Right? This thing? I want you to show me what it rerolls into if you end up targeting this. But, yeah. So I might have to save my dust in case they pull what they did with elixirs on us. I mean, I still think that you should target your Sans. Like, that Sans is pretty much perfect +0. Right? It's a 4-liner with double crit ER flat attack. It literally, the only way it can get better than that is with higher rolls. That's it. So it's a very good target. It'll become a lot worse of a target once you get to 6 crit rolls instead of 5. Because then getting 7 crit rolls is hard, so you might need to actually reach that like upgraded reshaping. But at least getting it to 6 crit rolls instead of 5 is gonna be like achievable in a patch or two. Most likely. Use Transformer. Fine. Cannot deploy here. Apples.
Get to work.
Okay, I'll take that. 6 heroes wits, 12 adventurers experiences. We take those. Pretty good. Alright, chat, I think that's gonna be it for today. I hope you all had a good time. Hope you enjoyed. Let's didn't post the electrocharge carry or video or the electrocharge unit video yesterday. Yes. Okay, so that means I don't have anything to post, I think. In that case, oh shit. They give it the 10 gifted. Should we do the stall before we end stream? Chat. I don't think I'm gonna raid anyone today, so we'll just do the stall and then fucking click the end stream button. Ooh. Maddie. Tabby. Fuck. Shit. Taffy? This might be a loss. Okay. Woo! Woo-hoo! Easy clap. Displays at a trailhead. Sign? No, there's an S. Invader in a sci-fi movie. Alien. Thin strands. Wires? Tude. Like attitude? Maybe, I don't know. A little out of whack. Marshmallow treats and Easter baskets. Okay, this is clearly, something's wrong. IRS IDs. Social security numbers. Jaws. So it is wires. Cool. Displays at a trailhead. Don't know. What the fuck is Tude? A little out of whack. Display? What the fuck is a trailhead? Like, is that like the start of a trail? Maybe? There's signs. What the fuck else? Maps? There's maps. Maybe it's maps. Uh. Uh. Sass? Maybe? This is probably a vowel. This is probably a consonant. What the fuck is this? Huh? What the hell is P? Huh? Maybe it's not wires. It's gotta be wires. This could be a miss. Actually. What if this is James? Like Jim, but James. We're still on P's, though. Fuck. This has to be a vowel. Right? Woes, whiz, wisps? Is wisps a word? Maybe. Peeps? I don't know what a peep is, but that sounds like a word you can say. Maybe it's wisps. It what? Oh, okay. Why? Okay. Awful. We don't talk about this. Let's do the Genshin Duel. Just, okay. Okay, this is definitely Zhongli. It was not. Okay, this is definitely... Hutao. It was not. This is definitely... Chow. Hold my hand, please. The wind could blow me away. Doesn't Chi-Chi have an animation where... Yeah. Yeah. No clue. Looks like a gourd. Is it Ito? It's not. Oh. That's Klee. Castle. Navia. Metal. Farina? Maybe? Up. Ning? Badminton. Jean? Okay. Sure. Bald. Fuck! That's not bold! Okay. It's fine. We didn't get punished. We didn't get punished. We didn't get punished. Character that's not from Penacony that came out after Black Swan, but not that long after Black Swan. So maybe a Lofu character. It's not Frig though. Let's try. Can't be Nihility. Let's try. Let's try. Fei Xiao. No, she's Wind. I'm an idiot. It's not a Lofu character either. Released after Fei Xiao. Would it only do one arrow if it was 3.0? When did March 2 come out? She's Hunt. I'm an idiot. It is imaginary. Sunday? Sunday's Penacony. Is My Day imaginary? No. Rappa! Rappa's erudition. Yeah! Quote, there are some sword fragments housed here on the space station, but I can't find them in the pictographic index. They must be pretty special. Asta? Arlen? That's one of them. Dude, all these abilities look the fucking same, man. Fuck. Who else has swords? Cloud Fencer Art. Who the fuck is Cloud Fencer again? Is that Su Shang? I think so. Yeah. Hammer. Hammer. Who has a hammer? Herda, I guess? Yo. Ben. Not a Bende. Ellen. Not Ellen. Tori. Alright, big. Scrandle? No, but we can do the angle and the bondle. Ooh, this is gonna be... I'd say that's a 3 degree, so 357. I'm fucking talented. Jesus Christ. I'm actually just so good, dude. What the fuck? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. He's the angler? Call me the fisherman, because I'm one hell of an angler, man. Holy. Let's do the bondle. Loading today's bones. He's doing something. The bones are doing something weird with the hand. It's like the sword is going to like here, and then back down like. It's not. It's not normal at all. Maybe it's Viego. No. Is that Aurelia? No. Master Yi? It's probably Yi. Wait. Yeah, like what the fuck is he doing with this with his hand? Why is he dropping his weapon to switch his grip? What a stupid loser! Sorry. Let's do the lol duel. Human and something else. Range Shurima and something else. Casio, perhaps? No. Oh, it's not middle or top. Sivir, perhaps? No, Sivir came out before Casio. Kaisa? Perhaps? Yes, sir! Yes, sir! Defy Noxus and taste your own blood. I guess it's Darius. Yeah. Kaisa is half Shurima. I mean, that's fucking Ikathia bullshit, man. Okay, I mean, bro. I mean, bro. That was a flower. That was a lotus flower. I thought that was a... Okay, I mean, it's karma. It's not karma. Okay, what the fuck? Is it just... It's... Why is there wheat? Plants. Tree. Ivern. Maybe? Woman. Plant. Zyra. Okay. Sure. Whatever. Get me out. That's karma. Alright, let's do the Poké-Doll. We Jigglypuff. It won't be Jigglypuff, but I don't care. Small but heavy. Let's try... Diglett. Wait, Diglett is not heavy? Huh. Let's try... Staryu? No. Water? But not sea. Maybe... Squirtle? No. Something similar to Squirtle, though. Like, everything is the same except the color. Maybe it's a crab? What are the crabs called again? What are the crab called? Crabby? Is that the small one or the big one? Okay. Sick. We got it. Card! Wait, isn't that the guy with a bone? Chat, what's the guy with a bone called? Cubone? It's not him? Cooked. Cooked. Marowak? Oh, is there an evolution? I see. I see. I see. It was the guy with the bone. On nights of the full moon, they gather together and dance. The surrounding area is enveloped in an abnormal magnetic field. Magnetic field? Is it the fucking... like magnet guy? I don't know what they're called. Magnemite. Magneton. No, it was not. Okay, I was... I don't know. It's a Clefairy entry, is it? I would never have guessed that. Yeah. I would not have guessed that at all. That is... I don't know and I don't care. Like, get me out. Let's do the Smash Duel. '64, old game. Let's try Fox. Nope. Let's try Zelda. Wait, Zelda wasn't on 64? Really? Who was on 64? Who's an old character from for Smash? Samus, maybe? Yeah. Yeah. Final Smash. What the fuck is that? I can't see. Can you pause it? Is that Roy's hair? That kind of looks like Roy's hair. It's not. Okay, I'm never gonna guess, dude. Give me the name. Staff. I don't know. Who is it? Min Min? Well, who the fuck is Min Min? No. Dark Pit? Okay, yeah, no, that one was too hard for me. You. A dragon. You. No. A sword. What's her name? That lady that like has a move where like she does the sword like down like and then she stays there for like 30 seconds and then she What's her name? Corin? Right. Yeah. I mean, now that I know that the fucking ARMS character is called Min Min, I can, yeah. Easy clap. Alright, let's do the One Piece though. Yesterday we got a first try at Usopp. Ooh, character introduced very early. That has a devil fruit, so it's not Shanks, but a really high bounty as well. Who has a really high bounty that was introduced very early? Other than Shanks. Mihawk? Was Mihawk introduced before Usopp? Buggy? Yeah. Yeah. Allosaurus. I mean, that's gonna be a fucking dinosaur. I don't know who this is. You guys know? I don't remember, man. Drake? Really? Huh. I did not remember that was his devil fruit. That's the fucking number... Fuck. Fuck. I mean, it's the guy under the number one or Mr. One. Mr. One, no, not number one. Yeah. That's such a normal laugh. The music makes me think it's Shanks. It's not. Okay. I don't know who it is then. Just get us the origin clue. Unknown. Oh. Well, that's not very helpful. Cross Guild. Okay. Okay. Let's do the narrow total. Who do we start with? Hitachi? Sure. Let's do that. Alright, let's try... It's not someone that has eyes. It's not someone from Konoha. Chat, what's the old ass dude called again? The one with the big nose. The Kage. What's his name? I asked you guys a few days ago, but I forgot already. Onuki? Right, thank you. Let's try... Who the fuck, man? His father? The fuck is this called? Is he called? Wait! No. But it's not the same affiliation as these. It's also not no affiliate. Is there a Jinchuriki? Without eyes? Introduced in the 5 Kage Summit? Probably, right? I don't remember what they're fucking called. B? No. B would be from Kumo as well, no? Pretty sure? Yeah. It is a Jinchuriki. Yeah. I just don't know. I just don't know who. I don't remember their names, man. They're such minor characters. Like, we pretty much know who it is, but just no clue what the name is. Gara? Gara was not introduced in the 5 Kage Summit arc. 5 Tails or 6 Tails? Probably. Probably one of them, but do you know what they're called? Yugito? That's a woman. Danzo? Danzo is not a Jinchuriki. He also has a Kekkei Genkai. He was also, I'm pretty sure, introduced in a different arc, and also his affiliation is part Konoha. Son Goku. True. Han? Who the heck is that? Hanzo? That's not... Yeah. Deceased. Fu. What? Can I just look up what their name is? We're not gonna find it, man. Whatever. Jinchuriki names. I'm looking it up on fandom. I can't. There we go. We found it. Sick. Anyone remember this? I don't remember. Who the hell is that, man? That's isn't that the fucking... No, it's not. Is that... That can't be Yamato, can it? Cause that looks like trees. But this does not look like Yamato. The headband is way too big. No, his hair is dark. Okay, maybe okay, it's not Yamato. I didn't think it was Yamato, but wait, that is Yamato, is it not? I'm confused. Because that looks like the insect guy. But it's not him, clearly. Naruto? This is clearly not Naruto. What do you mean? Zetsu? No shot, that's Zetsu. That's Zetsu?! Where?! Okay, man. Whatever. You're a man with a true skill, an example we should all follow. I can't think of a finer shinobi than you. Okay, so... This is sappy as fuck. Who's sappy as fuck? Guy is sappy as fuck. Okay. Who else is sappy as fuck? What's his name? Shikamaru's thing, guy. Asuma? Yeah. No. Who the fuck else? I don't know. Third Hokage? You think it's Hiruzen? I feel like it's not. No. Kakashi? Kakashi would not say that, just in general, and he also clearly would not say that to Naruto or Sasuke. And who else would he say it to? Shikamaru's dad? That makes sense. No, okay. Jiraiya? Jiraiya might say that, actually. Okay, never mind. It said to Jiraiya. Minato. Right. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, eyes. Can we find the eyes to redeem ourselves? That's so generic, man. Hair is kind of blonde. Maybe it's Tamari. Okay, I'm actually the GOAT. I'm actually the GOAT. Alright. Alright, I'm the GOAT. Alright, I'm the GOAT. I'm the GOAT. Okay, I'm the GOAT. Alright, sick. Let's go. Pog. He's crazy. We can do one Scrandle. Hot dog with no sausage. Sausage and beer. But this is omega expensive and the bread looks bad. But the sausage looks great. And the beer. Yeah, it wins. Yeah, okay. Red Leicestershire sausage roll. That actually looks kind of good, but this does not look edible. Brazil wins. Brazil has to win. 2 lamb gyros versus barbecue chicken loaded fries. That looks better. Yeah, but both look pretty good. That's fair. Fleet Street Burger versus black pudding sauce. Okay, Bro, there's no shot that wins. The Fleet Dog. Sauce. Okay. Sausage. Pie, mash, and liquor. What the fuck am I looking at? Pizza dog. Or... I mean, this has to win, but yeah. You know what the problem is here? There's too much sauce, and also this is English. Bro! Whatever. Chicken and chips or cheeseburger. This looks burnt as fuck. Chicken tikka and lamb kebab. That looks amazing. Chips, bean, and cheese. That looks awful, but it's only $1. Alright, GG. That's it for today. Hope you enjoyed. Tomorrow, there was something I wanted to do tomorrow. I don't remember what it was. Oh yeah, tomorrow we're doing the fucking collab thing with exchanging accounts. So look forward to that. I think it's tomorrow. Maybe it's 2 days from now. I'm not sure. I'll check. Whatever. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye!